Oh, we're definitely bringing this back to the ship. Old thing could use a touch of melodrama.
Do you believe Arcadia shall see return now? Thank law that displaced listen to reason. Think of the cost if our predictions had not been heeded. What caused the schism between the Protectorate and the Order? The Consul tried to keep the side position.
Architect! First an attack on the agent. Oh, thank good odds and high probabilities you're back. There's been an incident. A rogue faction has taken over the monastery. My seer, Seer Wily, is trapped up there with other hostages of the Order. To make matters worse, my access code's not working. Without it, I've no way of calling the lift. Peace talks. Yes, Ruth informed me, but how did you learn of them? No one outside a select circle are supposed to be aware they're happening. That's a serious accusation. Why would I do such a thing? No, I can't discuss this right now. The monastery. The truth is, I held Wily back. I kept him from advancing for my own selfish gains by spreading lies and false concern over his competence behind his back. But I needed him. I still need him. I'm not the savant he is, never have been. If he'd advanced beyond his current role, my deficiencies would have been made manifest to all. I'm sorry, but we really haven't the time to litigate this issue further. In case I didn't make it clear before, the monastery is currently in jeopardy. Yes. Regardless of their current actions, those people up there are still members of the Order. My colleague, once you reach the monastery, make your way to the observatory. If the conspirators are seeking the coordinates of the talks, no doubt their efforts will be concentrated there. Go forth as was determined, and may the plan guide you.
Finally! A chance to judge members of the Order. Just the traitors, of course. Just the traitors.
Are you sure that rope will support us?
I am 100% certain that its tensile strength is marginally greater than our combined weight. Probably.
Wait, look! Someone just came up via the lift. It must be unlocked.
Sir Wiley said I wasn't on his list and let me go. He must have predicted I wouldn't fight back. I don't understand. Where's the abbot? Why isn't he doing something? I don't understand. Where's the abbot? Why isn't he doing something?
Every word out of his traitorous maw makes my hammer hand ache. I propose we pass summary judgment with no delay.
That belief. Let it strengthen your resolve, and do not hesitate. The time for ideation is concluded. Now is the time for execution. Those outside the Order, and some simpletons within it, claim that all things happen for a reason. But the wise among us know nothing happens without a reason. Today, we are that catalyst, setting into motion the future most aligned with the plan. Hold that belief in your minds. Let it strengthen. Resolve, and do not hesitate. It's concluded. Now is the time for execution. Those outside the Order, and some simpletons within it, claim that all things happen for a reason. But the wise among us know nothing occurs without a catalyst. Today, we into motion the future most aligned with the plan. Hold this in your minds. Let it strengthen your resolve, and do not hesitate.
I've eyes on a miscreant.
Nice of Sir Wily to leave us this nightlight. Sorry. Rejuvenation.
Lethal measures at the ready, Commander!
Target analyzed. Lay down fire. I have a fix.
Rosemary, my injuries are not
Mediating! Recently! You have my thanks.
Adversary override.
Found another one.
I am primed to
Exposure levels untenable.
Our commander hangs from a thread! Another gore-splattered bathhouse. If you've seen one, you've really seen them all. Trust me.
Those junction boxes look familiar. The N-ray scanner should show how they're wired.
Take note of this wire. If we ever find who engineered it, I shall execute them on the spot.
To me one more time. Scientific advancement should not come at the cost of the grace and dignity of innocent lives. That is all I am saying. Armed conflicts are not the inevitability you are making them out to be, Anya, but rather the result of a populace failing to adhere.
Oh, and I suppose we're going to pretend the second pillar doesn't exist. I must have just imagined reading Alfred Long.
Anchorites, be warned. Any conversation with these two may prove pedantic.
You're in luck. I just finished my third reread of it. Chapter 47 is a real treat. When we're finished speaking, I'll put it in the collection drawer, but do take care with it, especially around the bath. We lose more good books that way. The anchor hold is proofed against sound to allow us to conduct our work in quietude. Hence the speaker unit you're using now. What happens outside is of no concern to us.
Our lives are predestined, ipso facto. If there is conflict, then it was inevitable.
Actually, an outside opinion might be useful at this juncture. Our current topic is whether war is ever justified. For the sake of time, please keep your answer brief.
But what if widespread suffering is already taking place?
Then its causes should be observed, quantified, and a non-violent solution found. You do not extinguish a fire with more flame.
Tell that to the Protectorate.
We're going in circles again. If only we had access to the materials we requested, perhaps we could settle this debate.
I need the book Only Real Numbers, The Casualties of Appeasement by Exemplar Kwong. Second edition, not the first. That's important.
And I require Archivist Mahler's dissertation on de-escalation theory. You should be able to locate both pieces of scholarship in the scriptorium. I'd also caution against borrowing additional titles. The scribes are absolute fusspots when their work goes missing. I'm sure I have no notion of what you're referring to.
Good for him. About time someone put theory into application.
What my colleague means is Landon Wiley is among our most gifted and dedicated seers. Whatever actions he's taken must be in service of the plan. I do hope no one's been hurt, though.
Augustine? Sure. She's got a mind for provocative hypotheticals. Asked a lot more interesting questions than we normally get.
I will add it has been some time since we last saw her. Not since before the schism, in fact. Why do you ask?
Evidently, she was good at her job then. Augustine was obsessed with the rift. She wanted to know all the potential routes the Order might take to deal with it. We explained that the rift is an aberration of the plan's natural order, corrupting time and space and creating uncertainty. Consequently, all efforts should be made to close it.
Apologies, but gossip doesn't fall under our purview. We've secluded ourselves here to avoid such distractions, so I would thank you to exclude us from any remote drama. Much appreciated. We'll present our final arguments once you've returned with the research.
Follow the plan. We'll be terminated from
Combatant analysis. It's the unknown variable! Combatant scan! Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Well, this is quite modest. Very simple and austere. Can hardly guess who lives here.
Looks like he has a new volume of Star-Crossed Amidst the Stars. I thought that series was out of print.
Doing a little extracurricular reading, Arbiter? Last I'd heard. The Protectorate didn't approve of that.
There's nothing shameful about being well-read. How else is an Arbiter to know the mind of the common subject?
Bishop Basar has failed this order as its preeminent luminary. Agent arrives. I need more time to finish my work, so I've prepared a choice for you. The hostages in the card press before you will die unless you intervene. If you go through the door on the right, you'll find the means to save them by solving a simple puzzle. Leave through the other door, however, and they will die, screaming in abject terror. But how could you call yourself an Earth Directorate agent if you allowed that to transpire?
What scum! Utilizing the lives of the relatively innocent as bargaining chips? We must bring this wastrel low immediately. Other arbiters would disagree, but I believe this to be right. These hostages must live through today to rejoin the
Like the cut of your jib. Hard way it is, then.
High probability. Wiley disappeared.
Safe ahead. Looks like more order nonsense. Must be part of Wiley's inane puzzle. The look of this nightmarish contraption makes my skin crawl. Had we not hostages to save, I'd say we should destroy it at once.
I have a fix on their weaknesses. Mitigating the threat. Torpification in progress.
On its predetermined trajectory.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
It's able not
Contact
to
shall stand against us! Unleash my might upon it!
Well, there it goes. This is actually impressive. I've never had so many individual reasons to kill someone before.
See? Didn't I tell you our friends would be back? Hurry! Disable the court press machine!
Time will tell if that was a good idea.
Not that I was concerned, mind you. Thank you, stranger. We should be okay here for now. Okay, Wiley. For all of us.
Potentially aberrant.
I shall reduce them to a slurry!
Oh, God. Check your scope for combatant analysis. Assist me, will you? My death would be a stain on both
Adversary vulnerability identified. Weapon ready, Commander. Do try to limit further damage, Commander.
Taking cover.
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Replenishing mechanism.
You have my thanks and my hand.
Revive.
Target is much too far. You expect me to hurl? I am loath to admit I require...
Enemy detected. Check your...
Your foot, Commander.
Steel yourself!
Combatant scan.
Ready to dispense judgment!
Combatant scan.
You have my thanks and my hand.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Disturbance.
Who doesn't appreciate a good orrery? Worthless people, that's who.
cannot believe Clemens fell for whatever half-baked argument you managed to cobble together. That imbecile. And Svoboda. I thought her more capable. You may have bested my peers, but they were never my equal anyway. And neither are you. You took so long, I was beginning to think my little puzzle actually stumped you. Oh, I think my average walking speed will suffice once I've finished dispatching you. You seem confused. Allow me to delineate on the totality of your failure. Saving the hostages delayed you just long enough for me to complete my work. I was able to transmit not only the coordinates for the peace talks, but also the station's security protocols, giving Augustine control over its automechanicals. She has everything. I trust you're not implying something untoward between us. The Order has been dislocated from its ideals, becoming the opposite of all they espouse. De Vries and I are merely providing a necessary realignment.
All I hear is empty bluster from an amateur schemer whose only success so far is failing loudly at a sloppy plan. This slapdash takeover of yours is graceless and rushed and reeks of ineptitude and desperation. In my day, we did these things with considerable more efficiency and panache.
And who are you, exactly?
Marisol Delgado, former head intercessor, Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection.
The endpoint. No. The improbability of you interrupting my plans at this singular moment beggars belief.
Our aims are so similar, I'd almost consider joining you. Had you not proven yourself such bumbling fools, dragging me into your mess. Consider how much uncertainty has been introduced into your equations. Can you have any confidence in your predictions at this point?
What in the Architect's computational summary are you on about? That hopeless, ineffectual, over-reliant waste of workspace? He wouldn't dare. But I am beyond reproach. My talent without peer. What has Joseph ever done for the Order except occupy my valuable time with useless queries? No, this is some kind of deception. It has to be. I could not have missed such obvious machinations. My math is correct. My math is always correct. Perhaps the High Scholar did recognize some deficiency in me while my eyes were firmly on my own paper. No. What am I saying? Joseph can hardly solve for X in a standard equation without me guiding his hand, and he well knows it. He would never speak against me. You almost had me believing your deceit, I'll grant you. But I fear your statement column still lacks enough supporting evidence to persuade me. No more talking, Agent. It's time I deliver my last prediction to you, personally.
Take it! Riddle you with gold, that's all you like! With its rejuvenation device, you'll never do me harm. Clever little brat, attempting to destroy the projectile.
Taking the fight out of them, locking them down. the red, Commander. Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Corporificator at ready. They're benumbed, taking the fight out of them. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
This is not in my prediction. Whoever is left, kill this outlier!
Went down. Remove him from the equation. Vitals critical. Don't become a statistic. Corporificator is adversary vulnerabilities identified. Check your scopes. Suture me out. Improve your...
I have grown worried. I have not received word from Archivist Clemens in some time, and I imagine you would have relayed any pertinent information by now. I fear this bodes ill. Without him, our only option is a direct assault. A risky proposition, to be sure. The last thing any of us want is for our plan to spiral out of control. And so it falls on you to seize back that control. Use the methods we discussed to take command of the monastery. When it is done, I will send further instruction. You have my trust. See that it is not misplaced. I'm much obliged for your tireless work. With this, however, though the codes will allow me control of the automechs on the station, we'd best accept now that more lives may be lost than previously assumed. Yet we must act unflinchingly. To fail now would mean the end of everything.
We off to the peace talks then? We'll need your ship unless you intend to walk. To space.
Agent, over here. It seems the situation here has been resolved, but I don't see Seer Wiley. Were you able to secure his safety? What? No, but that can't possibly be true. Landon would never align himself against the Order? Against a friend? You must be mistaken. Or maybe his calculations led him astray. Yes, that must be what happened. Indeed, just a small error. Were you able to speak with him? Help him recover his senses? I appreciate the sentiment, but there is now ample evidence disproving that fact. Perhaps if I had been a better friend to Landon... No. Those hypotheticals are best considered in private, I think. Yes. Better to focus on our gains than our losses. My colleague's survival is something worth celebrating. I won't keep you. Thank you for your assistance in reclaiming the monastery. Regrettable though the outcome with Seer Wiley turned out to be. I had intended to offer you access to one of our experimental weapons, but it seems you already helped yourself to it. You always do seem a step ahead of me. May all your future endeavors proceed in accordance to the plan. Not to worry, I can manage matters from here.
I don't know what you're complaining about. We emerged totally unscathed.
I'd estimate I'm 43.11% scathed.
you acquired the scholarship we asked for? Wonderful. Please deposit the titles in that drawer there, and we will review it forthwith. Excellent timing. We're nearly finished reviewing the materials you brought us. Oh, well now, this is unexpected. The arguments in this text seem to have highlighted a teleological flaw I fear my own argument shares.
You too, huh?
Under certain conditions, de-escalation becomes impossible, leading to negative outcomes, including outright annihilation. An annihilated entity cannot advance the plan.
But maybe annihilation itself serves a purpose we're simply unaware of. You were right before. Participating in a war only produces an entropic feedback loop.
A simplistic assessment, but perhaps not incorrect. Further examination of the topic is required, but I'm satisfied with this thesis moving forward.
Given your stance, I expect you'll want armor over a weapon. You can retrieve it from the same drawer where you deposited our research materials.
We appreciate your time. If you have a spare 4 hours, feel free to stay and observe our period of silent, sustained reading. Otherwise, until we next confer.
until basic preventative measures were put in place after illness-related costs exceeded. Along the entire intestinal tract. These worms are eventually expelled when they spread farther and grow better than unexpected.
Surely you didn't mean to assault an arbiter. Procedures or prescribing expensive treatments such
Roger would appreciate that, I think. Hey, Bobby's not even cold yet. Show a little respect. Void it all. I told him he wasn't going to make it. Roger always said he wanted his body donated to the Order if it could help advance the plan. But I'm sure this wasn't what he had in mind.
Thank you again. It's nice to have a look. How can I be of service? I can tend to your injuries, provided many thanks. Right as rain. Now, will there be anything else?
The Paradigm is a self-centered derivative takeover.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to our
on them!
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
To battle!
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Did you do your climbing stretches this morning, Commander? I hope you did.
Looks a mite picked clean, doesn't it?
I am trying to punish. You must
Keep your blood within. You got spot.
Combatant scan.
Prosecuting.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Tramicular. Always fun to say, isn't it? Tramicular.
It's good that I was mercilessly trained to suppress my vertigo from a young age. Much like everything in Golden Ridge, this building is long past its heyday.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Consider self-preservation a priority. You did not refuse medical support.
There's a strange sort of humor in the onset of the first war in Arcadia's history, within a few days of my being assigned here. As far from Protectorate society as possible, Golden Ridge suffers under an invading force, and moreover, it appears that our Order colleagues have betrayed us. At first, I lamented my isolation, I realized I was where I needed to be of service. The scores of abandoned subjects need a leader. I have enlisted the staff at these estates to help accept the first influx of still loyal Protectorate refugees. More shall come. I shall lead them out of the shadows and into the light. For the good of the Protectorate. This is my calling.
offers to keep your employment. Want data-driven insight on how to excel at your life?
The plan can wait. Our lines will not. Good subjects arrive 15 minutes early to avoid missing their tracks.
Best we start discussing strategy, Commander.
The information collected on the peace talks has been verified, Commander. As time is a factor, this unit suggests heading to Greater Tranquility Station as soon as you are able.
I can only hope we encounter fewer complications than we did at the monastery.
Stakes are high. If DeVries sabotages the peace talks, war will continue. Don't need to be a seer to divine that.
Can't wait to see the look on her face. From my sights, specifically.
Records indicate Greater Tranquility is a derelict station. Consequently, the ideal route to reach the main chamber for the peace talks will be through its underbelly. Be advised. In the absence of Victor and his explosives, Agent DeVries and her team will be committed to a frontal assault. Due to delays incurred while saving the Order hostages, DeVries also has the codes to control the station's security automechanicals, and will assuredly deploy them against you, Commander.
Well said. I've never met a foe I couldn't pound into submission.
Additionally, per the Earth Directorate Manual, when lacking equivalent combat forces, determination and vast amounts of ammunition may make up the difference.
You know where I stand. This war's taken too many good folk from us. I'll be damned if I let DeVries add to that number.
I'm coming with you. Who better to make DeVries pay for Horizon Point than a pair of our own Phantoms? Good. Would have been a shame if DeVries was the reason for us falling out, too.
Confirming coordinates for Greater Tranquility Station. Confirmed. Use the astrogator when you are ready to navigate to the station, Commander.
Careful now. Oh, you sure haven't lost any of your boundless energy.
Lose a piece of jewelry? Buy it back at a very reasonable price.
if you lost it, I'm selling it. Only thing to tell me what you need. Can do.
Any friend of the broker is a friend. Libations or information? What's your poison?
Sorry, but I'm getting into character at the moment. Can't afford the slightest distraction. Fine for me. And live to tell your fellows about my story.
If you've a tooth pain, you know who to visit.
I do not like the look of that rift. I do not like it one bit.
Good evening. On behalf of everyone in Auntie's family, I want to thank our hosts for securing this wonderfully austere venue.
Be still, Cadre. But don't let this interloper out of your sight. It's you, is it not? The one Agent DeVries warned me to expect? Well, see here. If you intend to stop me, you're far too late.
Madam Vice President, I and my fellow counselors remind you that this is no merger, but an alliance. By ending the war, we may focus on the true threat
Our
to
mission
our
to stop
society.
the talks is a righteous one. Why would I ever jeopardize it for the likes of you?
We need answers, now. How we extract those answers, I'll leave up to you, Commander. Personally, I'd start with the knees.
You do no such thing. My willpower is stout, my loyalty unshakable. And even if by some low chance you could extract my knowledge, you'll never truly understand. If our deaths buy Agent DeVries and our comrades the time they need, so be it. But you've not seen the mechanicals we procured, not how extensive security measures were in these old places. Doubt you should make a dent, even with your firepower. But it doesn't matter what you do. The rest of our team is pushing forward. Agent DeVries is right. The only way to save us from destruction is to save the Order from itself.
Give the order and I'll take care of him, Commander.
Stop dying at once!
I loathe to admit I have a higher medical. You have my thanks and my hammer.
We need to find us a fuse to get this whole thing operational again.
Is good. If the Protectorate's own leader is beyond his depth, he and his ilk won't anticipate.
He's not my sovereign.
Yes, right. Well, landing a strike against the Protectorate in this state will be something like wrangling a galloping breadworm.
I am unfamiliar, but I presume that to mean it will be without exertion. If so, then you are perhaps even more ignorant of Arcadia than I calculated. The Sovereign, guide him, is as ineffective as you've suggested, but his advisor, the Consul, is not. These executions, these impulsive attacks, are solely his influence.
Solely? Your previous sovereign was rather draconian himself, if your own history books are to be believed. Do not act like the current rot emerged from nowhere.
I could perhaps say the same for you and your reputation for putting profits over people. But instead, I suggest we pivot our discussion back to the real matter at hand.
Look there, Automex, and hostile by my measure. I'm not one to balk from a fight, but a direct confrontation may be unfavorable. At its height,
Greater Tranquility Station oversaw tens of thousands.
Yes? Verifying the source.
Villains abound. Be on guard. At your word, I shall charge. Hostile done.
Obviously.
turn our attentions once more to Golden Ridge. I am grateful we could come to an accord after that unfortunate attack on Outpost Opportunity, but many questions remain.
Of course. Allow me to offer this bit of data, then. The true culprit of the attack was a proctor named Svoboda. My brave colleagues found her out and promptly executed her.
Ah, so the Order is capable of decisive action. I had doubts after hearing about your monastery. Even though the hostages yet live, this crime happened under your purview.
I would remind you that these innocents survived because of our quick and accurate analysis of the situation. I do not appreciate insinuation. Allow chaos to run rampant on our watch. Heavens are high that any erratic variable is a result of your people meddling in our affairs.
Ridiculous. Next you'll... We're to blame for all of your past failures. Why, the mere prediction of our arrival years ago sent you into a tizzy. Isn't that right?
I'd like to discuss your efforts on Paradise Island. We may have no physical presence there, but we are ever watchful. Our observations suggest that matters have been delicate.
Yes, but things have taken somewhat of a turn. After the Protectorate destroyed their own relay out of madness, we have seen little resistance to our residents.
Well, we welcome the news of your advances. However, it is worrisome that it took the assistance of a freelancer for you to finally secure your hold. Worrisome indeed.
We should keep moving, Commander. I'll see what I can do.
According to my analysis prior to this meeting, enough goodwill exists between our parties to suggest a high chance of success should a treaty or alliance be agreed upon.
Treaty? As in a contract? Goodness, there's no need to rush into such formalities, Vicar. Especially when so much is yet to be discussed.
Warning. Access to storage has not been granted. Please, error. You are unauthorized, and now also a malefactor. Please return to the other side of the... This unit welcomes you to... My records do not indicate that any authorized personnel remain aboard the station. But I am programmed to exchange this sector's... This inventory is for purchase only. Return the item immediately, or be subject to verbal assault. This intrusion has been noted and will be reported to proper authorities. Error. Proper authorities not found.
Seems this is a stockpile area for our foe.
By my estimation, if we formed an alliance, say, within the next month, we would see returns within days. The market, the colony, would soon be out of Protectorate hands.
Commander.
By your estimate.
Lethally!
See, I'm renowned for my ability to read a room, as we call it in my business, where common sense meets observational data, you might say.
Judging by our earlier intelligence, more enemies lie in wait ahead. DeVries has reinforced herself well, but not well enough. An arbiter knows when he is being watched. Prepare yourself for impending violence.
No way through that fence except in pieces. Let's find another way around. Doesn't take an engineer to hazard a guess whose ship that is. DeVries is here, Commander. I'm sure of it. This must be the satellite that sent an emergency ping across the system. What led me to you, Commander? And why is DeVries hanging on to it?
Architect's Mercy. Is that supposed to be some manner of satellite? It looks like it was assembled by a drunk, blind voice technician.
know when you need a distraction.
I'm eyed.
In your last declaration, it was astonishingly logical.
A man such as yourself. In turn, I wish to thank you for telling
Yes, you must be quite busy between product launches and... Isn't it by duplicitous actors?
There for absolution!
Giving our foes a few other targets shall make our fight all the easier. Utilize those automech codes, if it pleases you.
Commander. This next shot will miss.
Guns cocked and loaded. Just give the signal.
I can hear you scampering around like a little sprite. I'm told for your logical fallacy. What are you doing, Terry? Bridge and see how well
We're so close.
You have
one
my
elevator
thanks
ride
and
away
my
from having
hammer.
the breeze in our crosshairs.
suppose we can entertain a tentative agreement. I hereby agree that both of our parties will lay down their arms. For now.
I am pleased to hear it. There is no need for senseless bloodshed when we may yet come to an accord.
I remind you that a contract signing may still be a ways off, but we might consider the hierarchy between our parties should we wish to proceed with a merger and alliance.
No, we wouldn't want any unseemly quabbles over power. Especially when presiding bishop Ruth Bashar already possesses the foresight necessary to lead a colony and better its people.
Foresight does not win wars. A military's might does. Our very own Officer Carr has proven that, exploiting weaknesses in the Protectorate to great effect. Do you have such guile?
So you think that your people should rule? I don't wish to denigrate your military's knowledge here, but Arcadian matters are best suited for Arcadians. We actively...
Those two are such easy targets, I almost wish to shoot them. Double time it.
Welcomed refugees to Matriarch's mercy.
Yet he struggled to feed and house them properly. The poor man was clearly overwhelmed if he couldn't see his right hand was actively undermining him, even with his data.
Meanwhile, Auntie's Choice has done little to alleviate the refugee crisis it helped create. Indeed, my projections may be accurate. You are more interested in what you can steal.
Dear Vicar, you are not yourself. Perhaps Auntie and your bishop should continue these talks. We'd be happy hosts. We do enjoy dazzling guests with a tour of our stolen artifacts.
There is only a 14% chance that you are jesting. No. If anyone in Arcadia is fit to host such discussion...
You have a nasty habit of arriving at the wrong time, Commander.
It's over, Augustine. Nowhere left to run. No more lies you can peddle or people you can burn. Your rewards come due.
Abara, I was unaware of your survival until recently. Believe it or not, I was happy you survived. But to see you still seeking solace in the Commander's shadow is disappointing. You could have done anything with your life. Shrugged off the bad memories. But now you're both here to meddle. Law knows why. Yes, your pedestrian little threat. If you think I was shaken to receive it, you're sorely mistaken. I've no interest in continuing this little reunion. What happened in Horizon Point, well, I had no choice but to do as I did. And I'm prepared to do the same again. These delegates you came to save, I'm killing them both, and any hope for peace will die along with them. This is the only way if we hope to close the rifts before it's too late. So you say, but those agents and I are a very different stock. And anyway, they served the purpose they came here for. They bought me time to gain the advantage. I seem to recall your attempt to use Niles to tug at my heartstrings back on Horizon Point. Are you going to attempt to do the same again?
I thought you were the finest agent I'd ever met. I'd have thrown myself before a bullet for you. But you never cared about me at all. Did you?
No, I did. I simply hadn't accounted for you being there. But even if there had been a way to keep you out of it, I couldn't take the risk. Well, it certainly didn't take long for your insolence to rear its ugly head. Taking one life or two, or losing my own, matters not, so long as I complete my mission. The one I started, but the Order saw fit to abandon. You don't know the half of it. I hope you are not implying that I'm colluding with those close-minded, brutish fools. Any benefit they may gain is purely circumstantial. Everything I do for the betterment of the Order, whether they care to realize it or not. The mission that I started at Horizon Point must be finished. It was the Seers who came to me back then. They showed me their data, proving that the Protectorate's rift experiments would lead to our galaxy's destruction. I didn't want to believe them. But as more and more of their predictions came to pass, I knew I had to act. I had to destroy Horizon Point and its research to prevent annihilation.
That's law, Augustine. You could have told us what you were planning instead of letting us blunder into a trap.
No, I couldn't have. Had I deviated from the plan even the slightest amount, it could have jeopardized everything. I had to avert a far worse disaster. By any means. I'm trying to finish what I started 10 years ago. The Order was doing nothing about these damned rifts. They'd abandoned the mission. It's fallen to me to save us from them. I learned of a prototype rift modulator in a lab on Praetor. I brought down the Earth Directorate satellite for its rift data. These are the keys to controlling the rifts, I know it. The Order alone should have this power. They can be trusted to close the rifts. But if they share this knowledge with Auntie's Choice, the entire galaxy's existence will be at risk. You know who these corporatists are, how they deal with their competitors. Imagine now how a war spurred by greed might be won, when fought with rifts instead of guns. You see? The Order must not sacrifice their principles for a childish attempt at peace. If they don't complete the mission they started, everything I have done will have counted for nothing.
Enough! Just enough, Augustine. I can't listen to any more of these excuses. I've got all the answers I needed, Commander. She's gone over the threshold and ain't no bringing her back. Best we make this quick, before she can hurt anyone else.
You think you have it in you to pull the trigger, Ibarra?
Had 10 years to practice. Give the order, Commander. How many times do you need a snake to bite you to realize its nature? She's shown us who she is, Commander. She's showing us again right now. Oh, believe me, been playing back that classic nonstop since Horizon Point. Wish I'd listened when you told me not to trust others. But now's our chance to amend that error. Trust we'll be having words on the ship about all this, Commander. If DeVries doesn't shoot us in the back before then.
It doesn't matter. Nothing you can say to me will change the issue at hand. If I'm to give the Order the means to close the rifts, the peace talks must end. 2 dead delegates? That's a fair price to pay. We've paid worse. Is that so? Please then, enlighten me on how you might save the Order from itself. Even if the circumstances for peace are right, surely their envoys' untimely deaths will put fear into them. If I can do anything to put doubt in either faction's mind, I'll do it. You were an Earth Directorate agent once, so you understand the need to be thorough. But even if what you say is true, there's no undoing the past. Not for me. I don't belong here. And the Earth Directorate's nothing more than a memory. This mission is all I have. So if you won't leave me to carry out my plans, Commander, then all that's left is your bullet. Savannah. I was never a good friend to her, even when she was all I had. Sometimes I thought her a fool for putting such faith in me. But if she still does, maybe. No, it doesn't matter. You should hate me for what I've done to you, to your crew. You can't possibly wish for me to live. Nor do I. And that's why I came here, to try to stop what I know is coming, but I was being blinded by desperation again, wasn't I? I see now that my judgment has been compromised. So we will do this your way. No harm will come to the delegates, and I will stand down. but there's more you should know. I've recovered a cartridge from the Earth Directorate satellite I brought down. It's here, with me, and it contains the Rift data gathered from every system they monitor. If you process this data, you can use it to improve the prototype Rift modulator on Praetor. Once that's finished, the rifts can finally be closed. Everyone will be saved. That's kind. But there's a reason I only ever worked alone, Commander. I'm at my limit. I know you can save us. And this cartridge will at least give you a head start. There's also a high-priority message from the Chief of Ops on there. I was unable to decrypt it, but you certainly have the means to do so on your ship. It may be 3 years old, but hopefully the information it contains is still relevant. Here, it's yours. May the numbers guide you, Commander. Wait, what in the void is that?
Does not deign to give us a moment's respite. Time for a tactical retreat, I say.
Follow me, quick!
Quickly, pick up your legs! Watch the ceiling! We've come too far to be crushed by Christ-damned rubble!
This is an urgent message for all Earth Directorate agents. The spatial rift situation has deteriorated significantly. The rifts threatening a majority of our colonies and our Earth Directorate bases, including this one, have entered their final stages. If you see a rift that looks like this, you are in grave danger. You have at most a matter of months before everything in your local system is destroyed. The seriousness of this situation cannot be overstated. Therefore, Directive Alpha Omega is hereby invoked. You are fully authorized to do everything in your power to find a way to close the rifts. Along with this message, the entirety of our rift data has been sent to your local surveillance satellite. Analyze this data. Law willing, you will find a way to unlock any secrets it has resisted yielding to us. The fate of humanity now depends on you.
Acknowledging receipt of emergency mission parameters update, including activation of Directive Alpha Omega. Commander is now released from any and all agent guidelines. The full parameters are as follows. The agent has full authority to handle the mission in any manner they see fit. No exceptions. The extreme nature of stated emergencies supersedes any other considerations. I have also detected competing priorities in the new mission objectives. The surveillance data from the satellite confirms DeVries's assertion of a prototype modulator on Praetor that may be used to manipulate rifts. Acquisition is required to be able to bypass any new or existing miniature ground-level rift anomalies you may encounter. You are also tasked with finding a way to process the Earth Directorate rift data. The archive computer on Cloister would be best suited to this purpose. The Archive is the largest and most powerful computer in existence. It is built into the moon of Cloister, and was built by the Order of the Ascendant with the Matriarch's input. Control over the Archive has changed several times since the invasion. Currently, the Protectorate has possession of it. Conclusion: the Archive will not be easily accessible. Studies have shown that popular cakes, such as those produced by Auntie's Choice, often contain greater amounts of allowable defects, such as hair, insects, and mammalian excreta. Consumption of such products is not recommended. Understood. No further reminders will be provided regarding cake. Both Auntie's Choice and the Order have previously controlled the Archive, and may be open to working with you to regain access. Seeking their assistance is recommended. Coincidentally, both delegates also escaped the station and have sent messages expressing gratitude. It seems they feel they owe you their lives and have asked to meet with you at their respective headquarters. The Order of the Ascendant are concerned with the elevation of humanity. While lacking experience and governance, they would be fair partners and open to reasonable solutions. Auntie's Choice has the firepower to more easily succeed in battle and greater experience in management. They would likely be receptive to a free agent such as yourself. Whoever you assist will be better positioned to take control of the Archive, and by extension, the entire colony. Careful consideration is warranted. There is also one other, less likely option: persuading the two factions to work together. The delegates you helped save may be able to help facilitate this. Returning to mission objectives. Do you have a preference for which to pursue first, Commander? Acknowledged. Due to the rift's expansion, both Cloister and Praetor show a high preponderance of miniature rifts. Proceed with caution. It is worth noting that the Order of the Ascendant is headquartered on Cloister. You've also received a message from Auntie's Choice. This unit can relay its contents now, should you wish. The message has also been sent to your private terminal. Greetings, morally gray potential contractor. You've been pre-selected for membership in Auntie's Choice Esteemed and Valuable Disposable Agent Program. Report on board the ACS Undisputed Claim for details on this exciting opportunity. Signed, Auntie Cleo. It appears you now have permission to visit Auntie's Choice headquarters aboard its flagship, Commander. You may use the astrogator to navigate there at any time.
doing back there? We had her cornered, bullets chambered, justice within reach, and you just let her go? What am I supposed to do with that? How am I supposed to trust you the next time a tough choice has to be made? Then why'd you do it? Mercy's a fine concept, but I'm not convinced everyone deserves it. Just hope we don't come to regret our stayed hand. I'm gonna need time to muddle through all this, so let's just end things there. For now. Commander.
Moment of your time, Commander. Remember that matter on Cloister I mentioned earlier? Well, since we're here and all, thought we might take it up now. Might be hard to believe, but 20 or so odd years ago, I made a mistake. It feels like high time I righted it. Now I'm out and about again. That's where the error occurred, I believe. Others judged it such. For many years now, a former colleague of mine has been in a remote spot called Reasons Pass. I try not to think about regret or remorse. I shut down her work. I was wrong. Stating that out loud is the furthest extent of my self-castigation. Her research was unconventional, surely. She was as well. I think with both, we could right things, get the order back on its intended path. Do appreciate it. Quite conducive for cooling the archive, and unconducive for me feeling my fingers.
I find your proposed time unaccountably so. But going any faster grossly increases. Hello, farewell. Thank you for this officially compact conversation. You at least determined the cause of the outbreak.
What could possibly be keeping the repair? Oh, greetings. By any chance, did you happen to encounter the repair personnel I dispatched to Resistor Bank 2789B? Our new JTY-1030 resistor banks are built with enough durability to suffer through the misuse is causing moisture uptake. But I'm sure you can observe that the problem is cyclical in nature. I don't suppose you'd be willing to... It's down in the valley just southwest of the archive. The heat has liquefied all the snow off the glass surface. It is an easy location to observe. Mercy pods, protectorate forces, rogue scrappers, blizzards, mantisaurs, maybe even Angie's choice forces. Truly a smorgasbord of unfortunate options. In the short term, it's wreaking havoc with the weather, and long term, I loathe that, for now, our actions may aid the protectorate. But this is most appreciated. I'll mark the coordinates. If you find him, you find the kit. I hope.
These temporary indignities of the body are nothing contrasting to the Order's future. Keep those eyes open, soldiers. Cornelius Rock might be damned.
You know, that struck me as someone with a very small accomplishment.
Chapter again. I have too much on my mind for idle marital chit-chat.
Laplace's garden is hardly better than a colony of sprats.
Heard that rift? Halt! The Oracle Laureates sent ahead to expect someone matching your protectorate are not permitted inside Laplace's...
Who are you? Claiming to
Someone should have informed you, Arbiter. Cloister is not the domain of the protectorate any longer.
What?
As likely as I find that theory, we have rules and regulations for a reason. We are at war, you might have noticed. The Oracle Laureate is our foremost seer, excluding the presiding bishop herself. He oversees the Department of Predictive Analysis. Ha! I've heard some terminal Laureate Beckett said to accommodate you as best as possible, but rules are rules. Is this some kind of test? No participants or observants are permitted to discuss Laplace's. You'll discover all you need once inside, after ridding yourself of your problematic...
You're cleared to enter. Go on in.
Agent, I have a message for you. On behalf of the Order of the Ascendant and her impermeable wisdom, the presiding bishop Ruth Bassar, welcome to Laplace's garden. The presiding bishop is presently indisposed, but I've been instructed to direct you to the Artificer Laureate for whatever pressing matter has brought you to the garden. She's working in Belvedere Hall's secondary courtyard. Enter the large building at the top of the mesa ahead and follow the first hall on your right. Oh, yes. The vicar did ask me to direct you to him. How positively forgetful of me. He should be waiting for you in Belvedere Hall's main courtyard at the top of the stairs. May all your problems precede solutions.
I've got your numeral. Keep moving.
The scientician surplus. No more than what
Every date. The operating theater is not conducting viewing dissections at this time. That is not an invitation to return to your study and perform exploratory surgery on yourself or a willing volunteer, just to be clear. Evidently. Seeing as you should know. Is there anything else I can assist you with?
Solving of the universal equation. Probability is not enough. Guesses are not enough. Incomplete information.
Welcome to the Scientician Surplus. I am the Scientician in question. Any inquiries about the stock may be directed to me. Either you intend to buy or you intend to go without. It would be unethical for me to interfere with your decision-making process. Please peruse with...
affiliations with entities outside academia, which do not always be considered.
The plan is always in motion, so move along.
How did your hypothesis about the flowers fare?
Exposing them to melodic sound waves on a consistent basis did affect improvements on their overall growth.
And you controlled for the amount of carbon dioxide expelled from your mouth during these musical sequences?
More testing maybe.
Please, don't take me on a cotangent.
Lift access is currently restricted. Keep moving. At this time, residents of La Plaza's garden are not permitted beyond this point.
Hey! Only security personnel are permitted in this room.
The Chamber of Conflict Evaluation and Strategic Planning is currently off limits to non-essential order personnel.
A visitor? It's for the best that you're talking to me now instead of mid-work. I do seem to have a slight propensity for stabbing randomly with my tools when interrupted, but I suppose that's enough time spinning in the statements column. Speak away. What are you... Beckett. Another prediction that he hasn't seen fit to notify me about. A more cynical exemplar might posit his doing this to be intentional. If you're here, I imagine you aim to petition the presiding bishop for her support, which is hardly a surprise. she is the most important individual in Arcadia. I'm glad we're in accord. The presiding bishop's leadership allows the Order to act in Arcadia's best interest. Without her, we would be nothing. The corporate invaders will suck Arcadia of its resources and cast it to the wind. And the Protectorate are no better than machines. Moreover, once we solve the universal equation, it will benefit all of humanity. You, me, everyone. No more suffering, no more doubt. Well, I hope you'll see in time. There is a task of pivotal importance to the Order, but I cannot entrust it with just any come-by-chance outsider. As head of the Order's exemplars, it's my responsibility to assess whose aims upon Ruth may be malicious. Prove yourself to me first, then we may discuss the rest. To the point. Very well. A myriad of cultists have taken over the settlement of Newton, which is a nearby site of historical but not strategic significance. I want them gone. Once there was a bridge stretching from the settlement to the archive, but it was destroyed by a rift. Best keep your distance should you travel there. I'll withhold my appreciation until this task is complete. May you act within the equation's confines.
Outsider?
But I'll be hanged. At the pitter of footsteps at my door, I expected another Order ankle nipper, bent on furthering my disquietude. Philo Tresmer, Protectorate wordsman at arms. Mercenary, eh? Your demeanor speaks for itself. In a different life, we might have been enemies. But as far as I'm concerned, anyone here not a traitorous, thrice-damned scientist is a compatriot of mine. I'd say the same were I inclined to use the phrase academic miscellanea. I am not. You don't need book learning to teach wayward canids to heal. I am not just anyone. The duty of a liaison is of the though I suppose it a mite strange that this task fell to me, as I'd urge the vehement tanning of any wayward body bent on disrespecting the Protectorate. As of yet, that does not include the other Protectorate personnel I've encountered on Cloister, even though they seem loyal to the Consul above all else. The Consul is intended to supplement the Sovereign's rule, acting as a spy master and war coordinator. The Consul is doing his duty, but I'm concerned that the people may begin to look to him for guidance instead of the Sovereign. I've heard rumors of late that a foolish minority has become skeptical of the Sovereign's leadership. Madness, I say. We must have faith. Hate is an inaccurate phrase. I find them arrogant and exasperating. Without the Protectorate, I am here because the Sovereign has tasked me with bringing these wayward, pretentious toddlers back into the Protectorate fold. Unfortunately, my time here has taught me that only mass death has the power to change the local hearts and minds. Perhaps enough will be alive to save afterwards. I am not just though as of yet, that does not include the I've heard rumors of late that a foolish minority has become.
I always find I work best when undistracted. Now, how might we be of use to one another?
Agent, over here. Well, this is a welcome confluence of events. Why, without you, Gertie and I wouldn't be alive. And any hope of peace between the Order and Auntie's Choice would be over. Dreadful, you know. Positively dreadful. How the peace talks were interrupted. I felt our two delegations were making real progress. Officially, not at present. Gertie and I have kept up communication through back channels in the hope that the discussions can be reconvened in due time. It is my earnest belief that this is the optimal course to chart for the Order, and for Arcadia. Though we could certainly use assistance from an outside force like yourself. To begin, I believe you would need to put forth efforts in good faith with each of the two groups. Earning the trust of both sides is essential. Once you've worked your way up to meeting our respective leaders, you must convince them to consider joining forces. For one, having the allied might of their forces at your back when facing down the Protectorate. If that's not sufficient, perhaps some additional incentive could also be provided. And if you might consider an appeal to your better nature, ending the conflict between Auntie's Choice and the Order would have untold benefits for all. Transplendent! Remember, seek out ways to help both sides, engender trust. Gertie and I can let you know when it's time to move forward. In the meantime, I might recommend you work on honing your oratory skills. Our presiding bishop and Auntie Cleo can be challenging.
Don't cause any trouble.
Did you receive your personal...
See that spire? That's the archive right there. The...
Enjoy your time in the garden.
A second makeup exam will knock me off, so I hope you studied this time right.
For pity's sake, is it the pump or the sealant? Industrial science is mostly theory, they said. You won't have to... Now the fountain's broken and I can't... Useless. I'm useless. Am I fretting? No. Well, there was Roberto. But then he was assigned... We had an avalanche recently, not far... I recently placed into the industrial sciences, so I've been entrusted to fix the issue. But I've never had to put my knowledge into application before. It's not going well.
Use caution as you progress. There's been reports of response.
I am primed to fire!
It appears we've not
the optimal use of ammunition.
That was a good one.
Soldier, please assess your pain on a variable scale of 1 to 100. 1 being entirely pain-free and 100 being...
I can tell we have little crossover.
There is far too much variability in that scale. The amount of pain I can imagine is hardly an objective measure of the maximum amount of pain I could actually feel.
Your observation is correct. Which is a diagnostic in its own right. Now, if you were to...
Please, keep your behavior within acceptable parameters.
Don't bother conversating unless you're prepared
Please
to
don't
cite
distract me from my more pressing distractions. Sir, the extra food drop has landed somewhere off target over in order territory.
Bargain today.
Pleasure not doing business with you.
Do I look approachable? Because I'm not. Hey, you there. Hey, you there. I got a job that needs doing if you've got the time. It pays, of course. I need help finding some lost supplies. Of course. Wouldn't trust someone who takes a job without knowing about it first. It's like this. The dullards in orbit dropped a slew of pods in the wrong place. One of them has a critical crate of supplies in it. Find it and bring it back. Real simple, see? Star's glad to hear it. I'll mark the drop spot.
I seriously question the structural integrity of that bridge.
None shall stand against us!
The authority of the Thumb!
Adversary vulnerabilities, vital critical. Don't become a statistic. Commander. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Back and stand.
You have my thanks and my hammer.
sending me into desolation would mend what he saw as wounds in my mind. The first few weeks were horrible. Grief dogging my every step. Nightmares of my murdered
I have many
colleagues.
solutions, but none for your problems by the look of you.
The nightmares began to ease, and the grief ebbed away. What replaced them is emptiness. The Order speaks of humanity becoming something more. Their words are insufficient speculation. There is nothing more to be. Only dust and death. And the rifts await us. Those rifts, I find the absolute annihilation they offer oddly soothing. Perhaps I will make one last pilgrimage. One last journey on the path from nothing to nowhere.
Welcome to Auntie's Choice. Hello. And goodbye.
Welcome, big spender.
Auntie's Choice welcomes you to Forward Operating Base. You should take care in this hostile climb. Risks include inclement frostbite, cave-ins, hypothermia, cultists, landmines, long falls, game. Don't worry your puzzler. You're seeing the carcass of one of Auntie's large tonnage cargo ships. Keep your lamps open if you plan on traversing the terrain east of here. The scrappers have infested the debris field. Ascertaining risk? That's enough. Cloisters aside. I went off-planet yesterday, with my extremities intact. Some Protectorate jackanapes are holed up on some main routes near here, thereby separating us from the rest. Remove them by any means. Preferably by killing them and scattering their remains to the winds, but so long as they're gone, The sooner you get rid of them, the sooner I can take credit. Clear the Protectorate out from under the bridges and you'll get your pay. Get to fighting.
I'm open to ideas. What would you expect that they've done? Can't help you. Sorry. I cannot believe how bloody cold this place is. I can literally see my words freeze before my face.
Scrappers are getting... You seem like a go-getter. Let's consume lunch sometime.
Welcome, distinguished consumer, to the front line.
Schedule an appointment if you need to talk to me.
Prosecuting!
Check your scope for combat. You suffered extensive damage, Commander.
You have my thanks and my...
Go for torpification. I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Assist me, will you? My death will be a stain on both of us!
Do try to limit further damage, Commander. Without the support, found.
Restoring shifting to a less exposed spot. Changing magazines efficiently and
Thank you, dear. Vitals are in the red, Commander.
You have those. I had no choice but to judge them as traitors to the Protectorate. Why would they simply open fire? Why wouldn't they attempt to conversate? Group psychoses have never been... I shall shall not stay your execution.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Another protectorate camp clear. One more and anti-supply lines will be connected.
Subversive time!
Combatant scan. I have a fix on their weaknesses.
I was not to refuse assistance.
I refuse the execution!
Check your scope for combatant analysis. Medic, please!
Taking punitive action.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
I am loath to admit I require medical assistance.
You have my thanks and my hazard.
terminated.
Fortificator at ready status.
None shall stand against us!
Combatant scan. Consider self-preservation a priority.
Rosalie, my injuries are not superficial. I shall not stay your execution!
Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Not getting past that alive. DeVries mentioned a rift modulator on K4. Might be time to fetch.
have a fix on their weaknesses.
Check your scopes. We'll come back in a minute.
Mitigating the threat. Locking them down.
Enemy in vicinity. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Vitals are in the red.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
I'm back in stand.
You have my...
Have a fix on their weaknesses. Suture me up.
Improve your odds.
Who's that? Taking punitive action. Battle factor ahead. I'm coming for you!
Thank
appears to be a communications device specific to the Glorious Dawn, Commander. It is likely how members of the cell stay in communication with one another.
That'd be Spioton. Was once the Order's headquarters on Cloister. Afore all this. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
I shall not stay your...
Torpificator is charged. Combatant scanned. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Taking the fight out of them. Torpification in progress. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
I just impossible in my focus condition. I shall, once I can ride.
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Standing by to stupefy. I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Adversary.
You have my thanks and my hammer.
You have my thanks. My monitoring station has already informed me that the Resistor Bank is operating as expected. Such good work definitely deserves a reward. That is most unfortunate, but at least his sacrifice did help improve the operations per millisecond. I will include his name in the records for this repair. Thanks again for your assistance in that matter.